pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted, and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guest and for the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Okay, at this point, we do not have a quorum to be able to approve the minutes. For any of the committees. So are there anyone sign up for public comment today? Okay. The executive director's report. Is there an executive director's report today?
There is. Good morning. Glad to see you all here. I see some new faces and some regular faces, so welcome to the new members, and thank you all for our repeat customers for continuing to show up for the important work that we do here at NOACA. We couldn't do it without you. For my report, I'm just going to review the report that I gave to the board at our March board meeting so that you are in alignment with the information that they have. So relative to our long-range plan, we are complete with our priority climate action plan called the PCAP. We did have to submit that to EPA, US EPA on March 1st, and it is the first required deliverable of the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. And at this point, we are considering and working on grant applications for submission on April 1st. Communications, I probably can tell you that the application we are considering submitting is a complete and green streets program, a rebate program both for e-bikes and for reforestation. So sort of making sure that we have, as we build out our infrastructure, the choices that people need to have to make their trips align with their particular priorities. We've had lots of NOACA in the news around different projects and programs that we're executing. You may have heard Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad is going to be coming to downtown Cleveland. So we currently launched a feasibility study. Our board approved it in January, and we are currently working with our partners, the City of Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, the RTA, the Metro Parks, and of course, Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad and the National Park. This is very exciting. Also, we've been in the news for our electric vehicle charging station program. We recently won a $15 million grant for phase two. Many of you may remember phase one is currently in the process of being implemented. Phase one includes 40 sites, and we have another 60 sites that we will be including in phase two. So the first part of it was funded through CMAQ dollars, congestion mitigation, air quality, and the second part will be funded through the CFI program. So we're really excited about this. We believe are only one of two recipients in Ohio. We're also one of, I think, two MPOs in the country that received it, and ours was one of the larger awards. Just a recognition that our program is going in the right direction. Continuing on with the electric vehicle charging station, a lot of the local governments that we are partnering with, these are all electric vehicle charging stations in public spaces. And so our local partners are getting approvals at their councils or talking about it in their communities. And so getting a lot of press on that as well. This happens to be Lorain County, where both News Channel 5 and the Chronicle covered it. Here they're talking about Solon and Cleveland.com, Lodi and Wadsworth in the Medina Gazette, and Willoughby in the News Herald. So again, across the 5 counties, we are seeing the implementation of the EV charging systems. And I think that's coming right on the heels of news from some of the big car makers that they are, particularly Ford, I think just came out this week, that said that they are now going to be making smaller EVs that are more in the affordable range for general households, and they're moving away from the large, expensive SUVs for EVs. A TIP project was highlighted in Cleveland.com in Berea, and that's a $1.5 million improvement to State Route 237. Also, this is a program, our Section 5310 often isn't the largest dollar amount programs, but it is very, very important. We often see typical awards of $50,000 to $100,000+, and this one is $120,000 to Lakewood for their mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities. So we're very excited about that, and very excited that the press cares enough about it to write about it, even though it's a small program. Bagley Road is under resurfacing, so that was in Cleveland.com. Our household travel survey. This is pretty exciting. How many of you received the survey in the mail? Raise your hands high. Only 2 or 3 of you? Oh, 4 of you. Okay, well, that's not bad. So at this point, we are looking at we've sent out the first and second set of surveys. We are looking to get 9,000 participants by May 31st. As of 2 weeks ago, when we updated this slide, we were at about 3,500, and we are going to send up to 550,000 surveys, but at this point, we've only done our first tranche of 100,000 and our second of 75,000. And hopefully we'll get the 9,000, but as we are not meeting them, we'll continue to send more. So if you do get it or your neighbors get it, it is not, it's not a scam, it's really us. I've had a few colleagues and friends call me to say, is this real? Because there is a $10 per family member, I guess, what do they call it, a remuneration to give you some funding to help you participate in it. Congressional earmarks, we got some great news from Sherrod Brown and Representative Bob Latta, who secured 2 congressional earmarks for the city of Elyria, one on East Broad Street and one for the Southeast Interceptor extension. We have a partnership with many outlets, but we have a special partnership through June with Fox 8, particularly covering electronic and multimedia platforms. So if you have seen billboards out there with NOACA messaging like air quality, that is us as well. We are looking to use different types of media platforms to build awareness and advocacy around our key projects and programs. I mentioned the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad already, Harper Road Interchange. At this point, we are working with the city of Solon to help them secure funding, and I know they have just applied for a congressional earmark. Our charging station program. This is a picture of one of them being installed. We've just completed our overall work program that was adopted by the board in March. And we this year did not have any public comments, which generally means that there was nothing controversial in the document. We generally don't have comments, but last year we had a significant amount of comments over the climate action planning project that we had included in the OWP. Household travel survey, I mentioned that already. The SEDS plan, we over the last couple of years had worked on a comprehensive economic development strategy, had it approved by the US EDA. And at this time, we are very excited that we've already seen the fruits of our labor. 2 projects received US EDA funding in our 5-county region in the spring. And one is to Lakeland Community College for their innovation engineering building, and one is for the city of Avon Lake. Our Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, again, this is NOACA being more engaged in the environmental work on that side of our house. And we have given a first round of applications to City of Middleburg Heights. That was $500,000. And the second loan as of now has been recommended by the board, and that was $300,000 for a project around MLK Plaza. Very exciting in the city of Cleveland. Van pool program update. We currently have 41 active van pools. We have nearly 200 riders. We are reaching into 8 counties, and that includes 23 cities. And we have special partnerships with the Veterans Administration, Veterans Affairs Administration, and a private company, R.W. Beckett of North Ridgeville, which is a manufacturing company. I'll give a shout out to former county commissioner from Medina County, Adam Frederick, who was the plant manager for R.K. Beckett. He was our board president and worked very closely with us to develop this pilot program. We are launching the development of our 2026 to 2029 transportation improvement program. Hard to believe, we're already getting to 2029, but that's where we are. So we are currently scheduling meetings with the 5 counties engineering offices and the city of Cleveland, and we'll keep you posted as the program develops. We are looking for a approval date of September or December this year for the NOACA funded projects, and then March of 2025 for the full tip. We hosted with ODOT a strategic transportation development analysis meeting at it was a listening session, as well as participating in some activities around the engagement component of their plan. And it was held January 18th at Tri-C. We also hosted an All Aboard Ohio Whistle Stop tour on January 25th, and I know some of you attended. Irishtown Bend Stabilization Project. We have opened a crowdsourcing platform to raise additional funds. NOACA has contributed about $25 million to this project, but it had come in over budget. And I know that some other resources have been put towards this project, but there still is a gap. So we do have a site where those who are interested in participating financially can do so. And the crowdsourcing platform was a part of our USD OT application for the infra grant. It was considered an innovative funding mechanism. And initially, we didn't think we needed to do it because we had the funding, but since we don't have all the funding, we are doing it. I'm at this point, I have not yet signed on myself to contribute, but I'm hoping I'm still going to be the first person to do so. And announcements, the Commuter Choice Awards Program will be kicking off on June 1st. So save that date. And then we have another meeting coming up on June 21st for us, so we'll see you then. Despite the fact that we don't have a quorum, I do want to let you know that we're just short one person for rural and one person for business advisory. So we're close. And as I look around the room, we do have a good turnout. So with the next time, we're going to have to assign you buddies, and you're going to have to call your buddy and make sure your buddy comes to the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions or comments there? Hearing none, do any of the chairs have report? I know Business Advisory Council, the report is in your packet. Community Advisory Council report. Rural Advisory Council. The Emerging Leaders Advisory Council.
I think you had somebody from, was it Scott? Were you looking to speak? Okay.
Emerging Leaders report. Okay, and those should be in your packet. There are no action items for this meeting. And for presentations, the 2024 federal and state initiatives for action updates. Bev?
As Bev is getting ready to speak, just wanting to say that this has been a very, very busy time of the year for government affairs, and wanting to acknowledge all the work that we are doing here at NOAC and NOACA staff.
Thank you, Grace, and good morning to members of the councils and to the chair. It's surprising we do have a pretty big crowd here, so it's surprising that we don't have quorum, but we're close.
We're close.
Yeah. So again, I'm Bev Bertzloff. I'm Associate Director for Government Affairs, and I'm going to discuss some of our recent activity to implement our legislative agenda. So as I talk, I welcome your input, questions, ideas, areas where you see synergies with what were our priorities and your organization's priorities, places where we can collaborate. So, think of those things and either bring them up for discussion at the end or while I'm presenting. And just to review for any of the new members and to review for others who are returning, all of our government affairs work is grounded in our legislative agenda. Each year, our board approves in December a legislative agenda for the coming year. So it usually doesn't change very much because it is a high-level statement of our priorities. However, to accompany that, we produce another document that is much more dynamic, and it changes from time to time, even throughout the year. This is called our this year's 2024 Federal and State Initiatives for Action. It was included in your packets, and it's a two-sided document that gives a little more on the specifics as to how we want to implement that legislative agenda. These are specific actions that we are working on. This is sort of our guidebook for our government affairs program, and this guides kind of everything we do. Let me see here. Something, get X out of this something here. Okay.
Elcho, can you help her? I think
Why
the
is, yeah, I
the
can't,
slides are not moving.
I can't advance these. Not moving. Okay, got it. So no action is required. This is for, and there's no previous action on this item. This is for presentation and discussion. So again, our legislative agenda. So I'll start with just going over briefly the priorities at the federal and state level. So at the federal level, priority 1 is to strengthen the MPO's local control of core transportation programs. Priority 2, promote asset management as a funding priority. And priority 3 is to incorporate safety, sustainability, multimodalism, climate resilience, and economic development in our planning and funding. At the state level, our priorities are to improve the region's rate of return from state allocated funds to meet the regional asset management needs. And 2 is to advocate for the inclusion of multimodal transportation within state programs and funding. Again, this is the document, our federal and state initiatives for action that we use to put our legislative agenda into action. So I'm going to go through one by one some of these specific initiatives listed on this document and talk about what we've been working on. So first, coordinate a regional approach to maximize the impact of IIJA federal transportation funding on Northeast Ohio. So as you all probably know, that's referring to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. That law passed a few years ago in Congress. It created dozens of new programs, discretionary grant programs for which communities could seek funding. And it, at first glance, was a bit unwieldy. And so NOACA has worked to put together a strategy that helps to coordinate these various funding programs and who in our community should apply for each funding opportunity that comes up. And they come fast and furious. I mean, every week there's a new funding opportunity opening up through this law, and it's a lot to sort of keep track of. So we created this strategy to organize that process, to help our communities coordinate and collaborate, to reduce competition so that we don't have 2 or 3 communities competing against each other from Northeast Ohio for the same pot of funding, and to also to ensure that every one of those funding opportunities does get an application from Northeast Ohio. And that's sort of the key point. We're really staying on top of these as they come open and making sure there's someone slotted to put their application in for this funding opportunity or that funding opportunity. So it's been a lot of work, and our government affairs team works very closely with our programming team here at NOACA to make sure that these funding opportunities are not being so that they're not being missed, and that someone in Northeast Ohio is at least submitting an application for those. And also then NOACA can assist our communities with advocacy. We issue letters of support and advocate for those applications in other ways as needed. Occasionally we apply for funding, NOACA itself, and as Grace mentioned earlier, we did apply through the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Grant Program and received a $15 million award recently for that. But we also support all of our communities who are applying for funding. And speaking of funding, another aspect of funding is the congressional earmark process that was brought back a few years ago. Members of Congress now put out applications for which you can apply for congressional earmarks, which is funding that's specifically listed in the federal appropriations bills. So for this current fiscal year, we had submitted a couple applications last year. NOACA had submitted those, and we were successful with a couple here, one for North Ridgeville and one for the city of Elyria. So we're very excited about those. This year, NOACA is not submitting any actual applications of our own, but we are supporting our communities and other entities that are submitting applications. And I can tell you, there's been a lot of interest, and we've issued dozens of letters of support for different applications that are going in. A lot of those deadlines, I think for Senator Sherrod Brown, his deadline's this Friday. Each member of Congress has a slightly different timeline for their applications, but those are all happening right now. Those are for next year's appropriations for fiscal year 2025. So another one of our priorities, and this one happens to be both a federal and state priority, is related to passenger rail and improving passenger rail opportunities in Northeast Ohio. So at the federal level, we say we encourage federal support for making Greater Cleveland a significant hub on the national passenger rail network. At the state level, we are encouraging state support for making Greater Cleveland a hub on the national passenger rail network. So this is really one of those issues you have to attack at both the federal and state level. And we've been doing that. There was a lot of funding in the IIJA for passenger rail, and we've been pursuing that. Recently, we had submitted proposals for something called the Corridor ID program. It was a program that was sponsored by the Federal Railroad Administration. NOACA had submitted 3 corridors for that program. It was a competition. Our corridors were not chosen, but the state of Ohio did submit 2 routes that were chosen and that were chosen. And so they submitted what's called the 3C&D route, which goes from Cleveland to Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. And another one they submitted was Cleveland to Toledo and then north to Detroit. So NOACA is working to support those corridors. They were chosen for an initial $500,000 study. So there will be a lot more work needed down the road to bring those to fruition. So it's just a start, but we're working with stakeholders throughout the state to try to make those happen. We continue to support the corridors that we submitted, and we will resubmit those in the next round. We were supporting segments of currently existing long distance corridors. So we already have this service, but it could be much better. And our service here, the trains arrive in Cleveland in the middle of the night. So we've been trying to improve Cleveland to Chicago, Cleveland to Buffalo, Cleveland to Pittsburgh. We'll get there eventually. We did recently host, as Grace mentioned, a meeting of the All Aboard Ohio. They were going around the state holding something called their Whistle Stop Tour. They're a statewide advocacy organization that advocates for passenger rail, and they wanted to do a stop here in Cleveland. So our government affairs team worked with our public affairs team, and we hosted a meeting here at NOACA to talk about the economic impact potential for improving and increasing passenger rail in our state. We also noticed that, so back up a minute, the Federal Railroad Administration, at the same time they were sponsoring the Corridor ID program, which is really for state-sponsored routes, they were also looking at the nation's long-distance routes run by Amtrak. And they held a series of meetings, and our executive director, Grace Clucci, attended those. She was part of a study committee. And they have come out with a network of preferred routes. Some are new, some are routes that were discontinued in the past that they're suggesting be brought back. One route is a north-south route starting at Detroit, going down to New Orleans with numerous connections along the way. We have proposed that they alter that route slightly, swing from Detroit over to Cleveland, and then down to Columbus and on down to New Orleans. We put out an action alert on that recently. You all may have received that. Grace sent an email out.
I received a lot of notes from some of you that said you responded to that, so I do appreciate that. Those comments make a difference. And when I attended the meeting in February, they were very open to the idea that we had proposed, and the more support they have for it, the more likely it will happen.
Yeah, we're pitching, I mean, it really seems like it would be a win-win. So Amtrak would be able to, would have an additional market, which is Northeast Ohio, to pick up passengers and or be a destination. And then, of course, for the residents here, it would be a great opportunity to travel south, which we don't, currently have on Amtrak. We have the east-west service, so we think it would be a win-win for everybody.
And it would connect the three Cs. This particular version leaves out Cleveland and then would require Cleveland to Columbus to be a state-supported route, which would be a very big challenge for us to get off the ground.
Right. And as Grace mentioned earlier, so this feasibility study has begun. It's ongoing to connect the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad to Cleveland, to downtown Cleveland. So that's just another rail program here. The next one I want to mention on our initiatives, the next federal initiative, is to maximize funding opportunities through the Inflation Reduction Act to pursue regional climate pollution reduction goals. So as Grace had mentioned, I believe, NOACA and the city of Cleveland received a $1 million grant to do the planning work for this region around climate action. And on March 1st, on the due date, we submitted a priority climate action plan, kind of the high level climate action plan, and then a much more detailed comprehensive climate action plan will be due in summer of 2025. So that work is ongoing right now. Meantime, EPA put out their, was seeking applications for implementation funding. Now, mind you, there was only 1 month between when the PCAP was submitted March 1st and then April 1st, in just a little over a week, is the deadline for implementation grant applications. So one application is going to go in, as Grace mentioned, from NOACA and the city of Cleveland to do a regional complete and green streets program. It will involve rebates for e-bikes throughout the region. There will be an opportunity for Northeast Ohio residents to purchase an e-bike, get a rebate. It'll reduce vehicle miles traveled on our roadways. And the application also talks about green infrastructure improvements along our transportation corridors that will both will absorb carbon dioxide and create a more pleasant environment for people seeking to use multimodal transportation. In addition, Cuyahoga County, the city of Cleveland, and the city of Painesville are submitting another application that involves clean energy, solar energy production around brownfields, and NOACA is supporting that application. And there will be other opportunities through the IRA and other programs to seek funding for projects that will implement our climate action goals. Finally, On the federal side, another one of our initiatives is to pursue initiatives and funding to implement NOACA's comprehensive economic development strategy. So NOACA created a SEDS. It was submitted to the Economic Development Administration, part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. It was approved, and now we are supporting funding to implement projects that relate to economic development. In the past, there were a number of funding programs for which our region was not eligible. You needed to have one of these SEDS, these comprehensive economic development strategies, in order to be eligible for numerous funding opportunities. So now we have the SEDS in place, and lots of communities have been applying for funding through some of these programs, and a couple have recently won awards, and we've been supporting those efforts, those initiatives. Now I'll move on to the state level and our advocacy there. A couple weeks ago, we had our legislative meet and greet here at NOACA before the board meeting, and we had a number of legislators attend from the General Assembly. And these are some of the things we talked to them about. One is that we continue to oppose suspension of Ohio's 2019 gas tax increase. We supported that with Governor DeWine leading the effort because additional funding was needed by both ODOT and our local communities to maintain their roadways. There are continuous efforts to roll that back. There are bills introduced every so often to reduce the gas tax increase or roll that back, and so we oppose those. The number one thing when it comes to state advocacy that we always talk about is advocating for increased funding for transit in Ohio. Northeast Ohio is fortunate to have the strongest transit network in the state, and so sometimes it's not a priority in other parts of the state, and we advocate strongly that the state should spend more for transit in Ohio. We rank among, I think, the bottom 5 states per capita funding for transit. So that's sort of our number one issue. We also advocate, these are 2 separate items on our initiatives for action, but they kind of work together. Advocating for an equitable return of state transportation dollars to our region. We believe that current formulas shortchange our region in terms of what we pay in and what we get back. Also, we encourage comprehensive and equitable maintenance of national highway system routes in Ohio. This has to do with the fact that state routes in Ohio are maintained by the state only until they reach the corporate limits. So once a state route crosses into a village or city, it is no longer maintained. It's the responsibility of that community, and that is a burden on some of our communities. So we encourage that all parts of the state be treated equally with regard to roadway maintenance by the state. We support efforts to remediate contamination and protect air and water quality. Numerous bills come through the State House related to air quality and water quality. And we often take a position on those. One example of this, it involves brownfields. The state has a brownfields funding program, which we've been supportive of increasing funding to that program. And in addition to that, NOACA has a brownfields revolving loan fund here at NOACA that we got a US EPA grant to fund that. And so we are trying to let our communities know that these two can work together. In the case of the state funds, if a community wants to apply through the state brownfield fund and there's a local match, they can look to NOACA's revolving loan fund to provide that match. So we had a meeting yesterday with an organization in the region, looking to see how they can do more to improve brownfields remediation and redevelopment and create jobs. So that's something to keep in mind, that we've got that, and we continue to advocate for more funding at the state level. Just some other legislation we're tracking at the federal level and at the state level. One thing I'll point out on the state level we've been involved with is our board passed a resolution last year supporting a bill in the House and in the Senate to overturn some language that was inserted into the last transportation budget that sought to impose a interchange at a particular location in Northeast Ohio, and it really does try to override the normal processes that have been in place for a long time, federal and state, in terms of deciding where interstate interchanges are located. So we are supporting bills that would overturn this particular language. We are supporting a bill, if amended, that would require ODOT maintenance on state routes in villages. We believe that should be expanded to cities, just in terms of being equitable to all communities. We are following some of these other bills. One is a bill that I think is yet to be introduced, but will be soon, to require Ohio to rejoin the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Commission. It's an interstate organization, involves several states in the Midwest that jointly advocate and plan for passenger rail. And Ohio left that group some years ago. It's put us at a disadvantage in terms of trying to improve our rail opportunities. So a bill will be introduced. We'll be strongly supporting that. And we're already looking at the next transportation budget. Those come every 2 years at the State House, and feels like we just finished one, and it's time to start talking about the next one. So we will be involved in conversations over the next year to prepare for that. Sorry I talked at you a lot. So that's my report, and we're open for any comments, suggestions, ideas.
Bev, thank you for the information, but I do think that it's important for the members of the councils to think about how they can support us. And again, I know that when we send out the alerts and you react to those, that's very helpful. When we ask for letters of support, that's very helpful. Any ideas that from you all on what you can do to better engage, or what we can do to better engage you?
I'll start. First and foremost, I will say that this was a lot of information between the report that you gave and then obviously the initiatives that we're focusing on both at the federal level and at the state level. And I think that you've been doing a really great job of at least keeping us informed and keeping us up to date on what's going on, and reaching out to the committees and asking for our input. Regarding the House bills that you're tracking and keeping an eye on that gas tax, because that does come around every couple of years as well, just making sure that, again, keep reaching out to us and letting us know how we can be helpful. If you need our advisement or testimony on any of these bills, by all means, please let us know. And, again, we should be there. We should be reaching out to you as well, especially on a business advisory committee. I think the business community has to make sure that we're at the table with you. And so keeping those speaking points in front of us, I think that's going to be helpful as well.
That's great. And I know that we go to Columbus every now and then to testify. And yes, maybe the next time we go, depending on the topic, we'll send out an email to you all to see if there's any of you that would like to join us.
This is Denise Testa from Medina County. I was just wondering if there's any initiatives or conversations about supporting the local transit authorities in the counties regarding transportation.
Well, we do work closely with all of our transit authorities in the region. And like I said, when the budget, transportation budget time starts to, heat up, we tend to coordinate with them and advocate jointly with them for increased funding. And not just GCRTA, obviously they're the largest, but, we support funding for all of the counties that have transit which is all of our counties.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if you have any ideas or if if you talk to anyone in your county and they have suggestions or want us to be, involved in an initiative supporting their needs, please let us know. And that's where you all can be kind of eyes and ears for us and let us know if you're hearing about something in your community, there's an idea or groups sort of forming and something where we could be helpful. Please reach out.
Yeah, Denise, I can also affirm in Lorain County, we have a new initiative that's getting ready to start. NOAC has been vital in helping us with that, so.
I do have a brief question. Reading more about this SEDS work, are the minutes from those meetings, can those be included in our packet as well? Or are there thoughts on how this council and the other councils can engage and just be aware of that work as it moves forward? If that's possible, that would be great to know.
All of our minutes are posted on our website. So any of the different meetings that we have, like we'll have the Economic Development Subcommittee today at noon. Those will be, so the agendas are posted and then so are the minutes, but you bring up a really good point of thinking about how to cross-pollinate the work that we're doing in various committees and subcommittees. Thank you.
Yeah, and, really keep an eye on, up until recently, we've been more focused on transportation dollars coming back to the region and environmental programs related to transportation. But with the SEDS now, it's sort of a whole new world with economic development funding out there. And so you may want to, I know you can go to probably the Economic Development Administration's website, and I think every agency has a way that you can sign up for notifications when they are releasing funding, when they're opening a new funding opportunity that you could apply for. So you may want to keep an eye on those opportunities and let us know. We'll provide a letter of support.
Yeah, and I think a key here is that anytime that you know of something that we could be helpful in, send us an email, call us, and we will get on it for you. I don't know, within the last, this past week, we must have signed a dozen or so
Dozens.
support letters.
Yeah. It's a busy time right now with the earmarks opened up, so. But yeah, we really want to, continue to coordinate with our communities, make sure that as much of those federal dollars that went out through the infrastructure law, through the Inflation Reduction Act, through the Economic Development Administration programs, to bring as much of that back here to Northeast Ohio. So if you hear about an opportunity that you think is relevant, let us know and let us know if we can help. So.
I have a question regarding the fuel tax. Do you have any specific numbers without the extension, what the loss would be?
I don't have them here with me right now. I can get you that information. But I mean, before the gas tax increase, that was in 2019, Governor DeWine proposed that as part of the transportation budget. ODOT was looking at serious shortfall in funding for maintaining roads, as were our communities who get a portion of that funding. Every community gets some funding from that, and the counties as well.
It's Anthony, there is a report that we worked on, we being an advisory committee with ODOT on alternative revenue mechanisms. And in that report, it does go into detail about potential revenue losses based on just a number of different scenarios. So what I can do is send that report out to all of you, and that should give you a lot of information that would be helpful.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and that raises a good point. And we're certainly aware that, as our vehicle fleets start to become more fuel efficient and or electric The gas tax is, you know, a bit of a dinosaur. It will continue to lose relevancy in terms of funding our infrastructure. So, and this is an issue at the federal level with the federal gas tax and the state level. So we have been involved in discussions as to, you know, what comes next and how do we transition to a different funding mechanism to continue with this idea of, you know, a user pays system where people who use our roadways pay for our roadways. And so we're very, very involved in different, there's some studies, there's a new study going on at the federal level. There've been studies at the state level with ODOT and others to look at what comes next after the gas tax.
So I have a remark. It's not actually related to the legislative agenda. I don't know if that's okay, but, so with the EV program, I always bring this up every time. But I'm just kind of curious if, you've ever gone into more detail about that program with these groups. And I'm curious how the success of the first, grant is going to be gauged. And I'm curious if utilization is going to be part of that. And I feel like that's something we really should be watching closely as we're trying to figure out where are the best locations. I know in the first round, it was sort of using public spaces and there was a little bit of an ease of installation there, but I'm a little bit concerned we'll potentially see pretty low utilization there and that the region is falling a little bit behind comparable regions on EV charging infrastructure. So just relatedly, I don't know if there's anyone on these committees that represents that industry or has a specific interest in EV charging, but I think it would be a good idea to include someone from that perspective, if not, and that's a really important opportunity for us to reduce emissions in this region. I just want to make sure we really take advantage as well as possible.
Thank you. The initial sites were selected based on data. So it was based on our modeling data, based on EV ownership in the region and projected EV ownership. And that came up with the plan for part 1 and part 2, and then working with the communities to identify a place within, I don't remember if it was a quarter mile or something that and it's getting people coming off of highways. It's also getting people in neighborhoods. So there was some logic to it. And we did work with a number of organizations like Clean Fuels Ohio in that, but we will continue to do that and continue to be cognizant of including folks that have more technical background.
Sorry, this is the first time I'm finally can sit on this table, to voice some maybe silly ideas from the community. I know NOACA does make effort to advocate, to the federal government that whenever there's a capital project for all the local communities, the legislation should also make the state governments to have some kind of match. However, the silly ideas I have here is to make the legislation, especially to emphasize the operational side of the matching. That's because right now we have this myth about the difference between urban areas and rural areas, which actually is not true. So the rural areas actually getting the disadvantage of it, even it looks like they do get some funding from federal and state. But Ohio actually the government has always been cheating on us on transportation funding, no matter what. So I think if we can specify that in the federal legislation, that will force state of Ohio or some other states to stop the cheating as much. Because rural areas right now are having a hard time, even worse than the metropolitan urban areas, to hire more people to work on public transit for the community. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. You know, we generally advocate that all of our communities be treated equitably, regardless of size. Cities do face their own economic challenges, just like rural areas do. So we try to encourage, you know, an equitable.
I
treatment.
understand we are working on that, but the thing is, federal government mostly give out fundings for capital projects. But in order to make these projects working successful,
Mhm.
you actually need to have more people and also qualified people to work. And rural county, I believe, are having harder time than urban counties to get all these talented people in to work on these capital projects. So in order to actually get a project done, not to waste the money, that's why I said if
Mhm.
we can advocate to the federal government to force the matching from state government is on the operational side of these capital projects, not only on the capital dollars itself.
Yeah, there's no question that a lot of, especially with a lot of these grant programs, it is difficult for smaller and rural communities to even submit an application. These are not easy applications. They're very complicated. And then if they win the application, you're right, to implement and operate these capital programs. So, it is a challenge. We try to be as helpful as we can to our smaller communities to assist them with that. We often will apply for, like the recent earmarks that we got, we applied for funding for a couple of our communities. And we try to be helpful in that way. Obviously, we can't do it. We can't apply for every community's, you know, we can't submit every community's applications, but we can assist, we can be a resource. I don't know if you want to say anything else to that, Grace? So.
Bev, we want to thank you not only for the report, but for your day-to-day work helping our communities.
Thank you.
And we need to move on. So next is the NOACA Community Affairs Community Outreach Update. Kate?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, the council for having me today. I'm Kate Menning. I am representing Community Affairs today on behalf of the Public Affairs Division, and I'll just be giving you a brief overview of the community outreach update that we put together that kind of includes some of the roles that I play and that Community Affairs has within our region, and then some upcoming things that are going to happen. So just to give you a brief update, Community Affairs operates within the Public Affairs Division here at NOACA and is really striving to build that engagement capacity within our region, developing relationships and partnerships with you and your constituents, and then ensuring that community understands the role that NOACA plays in this region through our programs, our resources, our activities, and the other great information that comes out of here. So some of our regional capacity building and partnerships, the function of that arena includes checking the pulse of the community. What is going on within our region that we have an effect on within our agency? Presenting a favorable position for our agency with stakeholders and managing the relationships that we have at the various levels within our community engagement and the sectors that we have represent us. And then also responding to the needs and issues that the agency has, maybe through our planning processes or through the types of community engagement and input that is necessary in order for us to function well within our communities and serve this region appropriately. Some other community capacity building and engagement functions are participating in agency and business engagement opportunities within your communities, identifying trends and issues that may be up and coming that also affect the agency's role and the position in our region, and then tracking that information, tracking region-wide participation at various levels for our community initiatives. So some community connections, for example, have included working with Lorain County on their strategic planning process, attending City of Cleveland air quality public meetings where we get input on some of our air quality initiatives and rideshare initiatives as well. We meet and work with some of our job hubs, doing outreach there, for example, with University Circle, Inc. and their Sustainable Transportation Advisory Council or Committee. And then someone brought up Lorraine County Transit. We've been, having dialogue with them, particularly to update their some of the information that they have on some of the platforms that we manage based in rideshare. We're also connecting, one of the functions of community affairs is connecting community to the staff within this agency that has the expertise and knowledge of certain issues that they are that impact those communities. So again, our transit agencies, we have dialogue with them on making sure that we have the proper information on some of our rideshare platforms like Ohio Commute. We're connecting with schools. Schools have transportation issues and there are programs and resources available to them. One, for example, is School Pool that's through our Ohio Commute program. And the city of Lorain City's metropolitan schools and Lorain County Public Health are helping us to connect that resource to those community members and make it an asset for their transportation for students. We're also working on I work to connect folks on our upcoming coordinated plan update. So connecting stakeholders to that coordinated plan, which I believe you're going to hear about in a little while. Some other program updates that community affairs and public affairs are really involved in is the PCAP, which you've heard a lot about already too, working on the engagement connections within the planning process for both the PCAP and the CCAP. Climate engagement and education that will, in the past and forthcoming within all of our communities. And then I gave a presentation the last time about our air quality emissions reduction programs and just, quick updates on rideshare and Ohio Commute. We are expanding our reach in business communities by creating sub-sites. We are expanding on Vanpool and connecting our Vanpool staff and program to businesses that are seeking that kind of resource. And Ohio Mobility is a new Ohio Commute sister-ish program that is gaining a lot of traction in our older adult communities. There's a lot of interest there in both connecting folks to that platform so that it's a resource within their communities and their agencies to direct people to transportation and mobility options within the region. And the last program that I just really want to highlight is our Commuter Choice Awards, which is a program that recognizes and rewards employers who encourage their employees to choose alternatives to that drive-alone commute. This is our 11th year of this program. It's well received within our business community, but we're changing it up just slightly this year in order to really re-engage and create a higher level of interest in utilizing this particular awards program as a vehicle to really highlight and create best practice examples of sustainable transportation options that employers can engage in. So it's open to any employer within our region. So Cuyahoga, Geauga, Lake Lorraine, and Medina County employers or organizations that are eligible. We're currently in our recruitment and registration process, time period, January through May, where we're recruiting businesses. We're getting some information and awareness out there about being a part of this program, and then getting businesses registered to participate in the next phase, which is that challenge duration, which this year will run June through November. That's a little bit of a difference, but it's actually going to really hopefully open up opportunities for employers to engage their employees in this particular awards process and to continue to, get businesses registered throughout that whole time period in order to participate to hopefully have an award be announced in their behalf in December, and then have that recognition ceremony in January of 2025. And some of this, the pictures that you're seeing on the slides are some assets that we're going to be putting out into the community that will help recruit and engage and just educate folks about this particular program. You can always find information on our website as well.
Director Galucci, question. Do we have any like research on the employers that have participated in the Community Choice Awards in terms of like retention rates? So for ex-employers that have employed, let's say, a van pool program, they have seen like a higher retention rate, or the ability to attract workers, their attraction of new workers went up. Do we have any studies or research around that?
You would to Ms.
Yeah.
Galucci or to me?
Either one.
Okay. To the best of my knowledge, we don't have statistics on retention, but that is a really great point. That would be something that we would hopefully like to, talk with you more about, or engage in learning how that would actually happen through the process of this awards program. But the awards program does document the types of practices that these businesses and organizations are utilizing in order to expand the mode of transportation options that their employees have available to them. And some of the other benefits through transportation demand management, or TDM programming. Those are all things that we do have information about. So that is something that could be shared.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just to quickly highlight our partners in the Commuter Choice Awards, Bike Cleveland, GCRTA, Lake Tran, and Sustainable Cleveland are all returning partners in this program. So we're very thankful to have them on this team. There's a website down here for more information about this program that if you go to our website and just click on our planning air quality drop down, you'll get right to the Commuter Choice Awards page. And lastly, just a few events that are coming up that maybe we'll see you, or you can help create some awareness about getting folks to learn more about NOACA and the programs we have here. University Circle Inc. is actually hosting a webinar where we've been invited to speak about the van pool program. This is specific to employers, and my understanding is it is open to any employer who would like to sit in and listen into this 1 hour lunch and learn. So if the UCI website has that link available to join, and it is at no cost. We're going to a number of Earth Day events because, April is Earth Month, and here it comes. And we're going to be, besides if we all survive the eclipse on the 8th, we'll be attending numerous events, both public and private, within our region. And then I am doing a presentation at Medina County Office of Older Adults on the Ohio Mobility Program. So this is the second of 2 in Medina, and very happy to be there. There's been a lot of interest in that program, as well as all the other ones, as well as we're, trying to connect more, educate and, learn more about what our community members need within the community. We will continue to provide updates to you on a regular basis. And that is the end of my presentation. So we're at the discussion end.
Kate, I want to thank you. You're a common face in Lorain County. We see you around a lot, and we appreciate that. I can only assume you're out in all 5 counties the same.
I do my
But
best.
it's always a pleasure to run into you at events, and appreciate especially you taking part in our new master plan, our
Yes.
strategic plan, sorry.
Yes, thank you
appreciate
so much. Yeah.
Your participation in that. Okay, next we have the Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Transportation Plan for Northeast Ohio update. Adam.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Adam Allen. I work on the programming division here at NOACA. and I'm going to talk about the coordinated plan. This is just discussion. No action is required at this time. Again, just presentation and discussion only. So the coordinated plan relates back to our 5310 program. Director Galucci mentioned earlier the item in the news about Lakewood receiving a new van or bus through the 5310 program. So specifically, the 5310 program is a federal program that provides funding for transportation projects, specifically for seniors and people with disabilities. And as part of that, there is what's called a coordinated plan as a required component of receiving that funding. So our previous plan was from 2019. It was adopted by the NOACA Board of Directors in 2019, and it was called Mobilize Accessibility for Independence. And it is on our website. It's noaca.org/coordinated plan. There's also some information about the coordinated plan and a link to it on page 28 of your board guide. And again, it focuses on transportation and mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities. It is regional in scope. We do include all 5 counties in creating this plan. And it is time to update the plan this year. So that's what this presentation is regarding. The idea is ultimately to take or the goal ultimately is to take the updated plan to the NOACA Board of Directors for approval at the end of 2024, at the beginning of next year. So again, the coordinated plan is a requirement of the section to receive Section 5310 funds from the Federal Transit Agency or Administration. And it specifically states that projects funded through the 5310 program must be included in a locally developed coordinated public transit human services transportation plan developed and approved through a process that includes participation by seniors, individuals with disabilities, representatives of public, private, and nonprofit transportation and human service providers, and other members of the public. And that language is directly from the program circular from the federal government, which basically sets out the regulations and requirements of the program. So as we look to embark on this coordinated plan update through this year, we did release an RFP for a consultant to assist us with this process, specifically the public outreach component. We have received 3 proposals to that RFP. There will be an evaluation team that will review and select a firmer group to help us engage on this coordinated plan. And again, the main component of the coordinated plan is public outreach, specifically for seniors and individuals with disabilities and organizations that provide services and support to seniors and people with disabilities. So those specialized transportation providers. It will also incorporate new 2020 census data and projections. Of course, the last plan would have been based on the 2010 census, as well as goals and strategies for improving transportation for seniors and individuals with disabilities. There's no financial impact at this time. So the next steps, we will continue to update these advisory councils on the progress of the coordinated plan update, and we will continuously seek feedback. If you have any feedback now or suggestions for groups that you'd like to see us include or sites that we should reach out to hold these public feedback sessions, you're welcome to reach out to any of us on the programming division. My email specifically, I'm Adam Allen, so my email is aallen, AALLEN, @npo.noaca.org. And we absolutely welcome your feedback and involvement in this process to make it as public and equitable as possible.
Excuse me. Question, Adam. Just for reference, how much funding is available in 5310 for the region, for NOACA region, and how many vehicles do you think have been bought over the last 4 years or so?
That's a great question. It does change slightly every year based on current so it's essentially the federal government looks at the population of our region and assigns a amount based on that. Last year specifically, it was right around $2 million, I believe, which I think is has been fairly consistent year to year, about $2 million. So over 4 or 5 years, that's $8 to $10 million. Now, the price of vehicles has gone up substantially since COVID with inflation. So a vehicle that maybe used to cost $50,000 is $80,000 or $90,000 now. So there's been some big increases. So maybe it doesn't fund as many vehicles as it did 5 years ago, but it's still a very, very impactful program. So this last year, I'm just trying to think, maybe a dozen, 15 or 20 vehicles or so probably. Maybe even a few more than that, because they don't all cost $100,000, but some of them do. Like Director Galucci mentioned, they're usually between 50,000 to 100,000 or so. So it's not a huge budget, but it's very impactful.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, are there any reports or updates? Hearing none, is there any old business? Is there any new business? Hearing none, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Second, Valerie.
Oh, yeah, we don't have a quorum, so yeah. So we're just adjourned. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming today. Do I need to read the preamble?
No.
Okay. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Denise. You can call me Denise. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so it looks like we do not have quorum, so we won't be approving any minutes. So we can jump down to public comments. Has anyone signed in to speak today? Whoops. All right. So, is there an executive director's report?
There is not.
Okay. There are no action items for this meeting. Would anyone like to discuss the following items for those of our members that are in attendance? The 2024 federal and state initiatives for action updates.
I meant to say this earlier, but I ran out of time. For the Amtrak expansion, I think it's helpful to look at it as a Northeast Ohio issue, which includes the other MPOs in Akron, Canton, and Youngstown that will also be impacted by increased service. And consider this more as an alliance for good, for everyone, not just for Cleveland and the surrounding area surrounding Cleveland. I think it'll be helpful to have to kind of frame it that way when you do talk to people, because I know in Columbus, that's what they're doing. So greater Cleveland, everyone, multiple stations, better for everyone. Thank you.
I think that's a great idea. Anyone else?
I think we had specific questions to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't even looking at that.
That's okay.
Okay, thanks for the heads up. So given today's presentation, has NOACA conveyed pertinent strategies and approaches for the 2024 legislative agenda and proposed action items? I guess that's a yes, no. Are there any communities or organizations that should be aware of NOACA's? All right, we've already answered that. And then are there any questions? Grace knows I'm somewhat brief in my meeting, so she's included some discussion items.
Just to help the conversation move along.
Yeah, I guess, again, my thought was that, as we move forward, with, and specifically transportation initiatives, the county transit programs, I know there's an initiative that they want all buses to be electric or something by a certain date. I mean, I don't know if that's really, sustainable and realistic.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's expensive. As, communities are trying to, implement more flexible transit initiatives. We've implemented the MC Flex. Are you familiar with that at
Yeah,
all?
of course.
So, the MC Flex is essentially a hop on, hop off kind of initiative.
Like dial a ride?
Correct.
Okay.
So, no more are the days of waiting, a half hour for the bus to arrive. You schedule your time to hop on and hop off as they have in Savannah, Georgia. And, you schedule your time and as the buses are moving through, they pick up and drop off people in the most effective and efficient way. So those, I think, are some of the initiatives that if you don't know about them, Grace, I'm wondering if the rest of NOACA knows about them. And how engaged are we with our county transit systems? I mean, are our directors involved with? Because I am not
Yeah.
an expert in this.
I
That
mean-
would be Shannon, our
Right.
transit
So, I
director.
mean, yes, I was not familiar with it, but we do have a transit council. And
Okay.
all of the executive directors of each of the 5 county
Oh,
are
okay.
part of that. And so I'm sure my staff is aware of it. I don't
Okay.
usually attend those council meetings.
Right. Okay.
But I will ask staff, it's a good question. And if they don't, then the question becomes, how do we start and ensure that those conversations are had at the transit council?
Right. Right. I didn't realize there was a transit council.
Yeah, and in fact,
Okay. Do they have quorum?
Oh, yeah, they don't have a problem.
they never have a problem with quorum. They all show up. Yeah.
Ah, us emergent leaders, we're not very emergent. Okay, go ahead.
So, yeah, so I'll check that with staff and, um, it would be great to get a presentation on it.
Okay.
Maybe we get a presentation in front of this committee.
I
but-
think that would be great to
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah.
Because again, you've got a lot of, I think voices there, but I guess I'm unclear as to what the level of engagement is.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's good. And when I say this committee, the previous one, which includes the emerging leaders,
Okay,
so that everybody can hear it.
okay. Any other questions? All right, what's our next one? The rideshare air quality outreach programs. Are there any, given today's presentation, are there any approaches and suggestions to increase participation and awareness of NOACA's rideshare and Go Ohio commute programs to your respective audiences?
I would like to spend a little bit of time talking about this, to hear what you all have to say about the Ohio commute. Um,
Can you talk about what that even is? I mean, what?
Kate, come on up and talk
Maybe
about
you might
Ohio
have said, you
commute.
might have explained it in the initial, I might not have heard it, and I was paying
It's
attention.
essentially a ride share program, so it matches people up, but we have different ways to match people. They can have their own pages and match people within, say, schools or businesses.
Okay,
Or it can also just match the general public.
so is that an app or what is it?
It is where,
So is that the same as the human services transit that was presented today as well? Is this the same thing or are they two separate
Not-
programs?
It wasn't on. Thank you.
you're pretty loud. We
I'm
heard
pretty
you.
loud anyway.
You can come have a seat with us and, break bread if you like, but you can stay over there too, whatever you want.
Okay, I'm fine up here. It's okay.
You
I
like to
need
keep your distance.
you guys are, it's a great view. It's a great view from here. I can see everyone.
Well, that's because you're not close to the wrinkles in my face, but go ahead.
You mean as far as the coordinated plan?
Yeah,
It's,
so
that's a,
those are
that's a different, completely different.
oh,
So the Ohio commute and our ride share is for the general public. And a lot of that focuses on workforce, whereas the human services transportation plan focuses on people with disabilities.
Does it have to focus on people with, because I noticed that
does.
it has to focus on people with disabilities and seniors.
Right.
But then in the last line, it said, and other public people, or and more, I mean, it wasn't clear to me that that should just be for disability and seniors. Because in the final line, it said, and other people, or and other publics, or whatever. So I was kind of confused as to why is it just limited to disability and seniors when, why couldn't that be for the general public?
Yeah.
And then we have this, which is more focused on the workforce,
Right.
but I'm still,
Yeah, I think
don't
it,
know.
when that additional line generally means it's about percentages, like you can use a vehicle that we give a grant for in the 5310 program for some rides that are general public, as long as a certain percentage of them are for the
Oh.
elderly and disabled. So that's why they're saying that.
So it's one of those education teaches you to read, but experience teaches you to read the fine print.
Or the next three chapters behind it, or just happen to have the experience, right? So I've asked actually staff to bring back some additional presentations on the Human Services Coordinated Plan, because I do think that the BACAC and RAC and the ELAC can have a profound impact on our engagement. And that's going to be over many months now. So I think we have an opportunity to really work on that in a way that benefits the outcome.
Okay. How has it worked? Like, do the commuters or the riders pay per ride? Or is this a free service?
For Ohio Commute, the platform is at no cost
Oh,
to anyone. It is a program that any resident in Ohio can frankly join. But there are sub-networks within there, and NOACA has its own sub-network that if you join through our sub-network, you're connected to the folks that are in our region.
so if you live in Medina and you want to commute to Cuyahoga, that's a possibility.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I was mentioning, the sub-sites are really good because they allow individual companies or individual schools, or, some people feel more comfortable commuting with people that they know are part of their organization. And so that helps to narrow the pool down to someone that you're more likely to be able to be going to the same place and perhaps feel more comfortable with.
Is this a program that also includes the chambers? Like, have the chambers been engaged and like a stakeholder?
We have presented to chambers, and we do try to work through the chambers to get their business folks to have sub-sites.
So how's that worked? You say you try to, but what's the outcome if
What's
we?
the outcome?
Well, our outreach over the past few months is, we've actually attended the Lorain County Chamber of Commerce Expo at the end of last year that has resulted in a number of contacts with Lorain County businesses that wanted to learn more about Ohio Commute, Van Pool, the workforce mobility tool, and the other resources for NOACA. So, we're connecting with chambers as we can and getting information out there on a regular basis.
So are you interested in getting assistance? I mean, I heard Lorraine, but what about Medina, Geauga Lake? And I mean, what about the other
Yes.
counties?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have been connecting with or trying to connect with the organizations in counties all over our region. So, there's quite a few chambers.
Yeah,
throughout
there's
our
three
region.
in Medina. I mean,
Yeah.
there's Wadsworth, Greater Medina, and then
Medina.
Northern Medina.
Yeah.
So how can we help you if you say, I mean, I guess I'm still unclear. You've said that you've tried to connect. How can we help you connect and be more efficient and effective?
Well,
If I may answer that, I think at this point, NOACA needs to be a little more strategic in how we are developing the program of reaching out to the chambers and then go through that in a very systematic way.
Mhm.
So I think that maybe we need to do a little bit of homework first.
Like,
and
what
then
do you
could-
mean systematic way? Like, are
So-
we sending emails? Are we calling? What are
That's
we-
what I'm saying. Well, and I'm
Okay.
saying, let's get the list together, because there's so many chambers, even at the city levels.
Oh, yeah.
So let's get all the list of those together. Let's get lists of large employers. Let's put together a program of, almost a sales program of how we go out there and do this.
Right.
And then we know that, hey, this is on the list. Denise, can you help us get with Bethany to do this? Or
Right, and that's the
etc.
thing. I mean, you have your economic development,
Yep.
which is countywide, which also cooperates and coordinates with the chambers. So I guess I
Yeah.
see a lot of connections between, and there are events and meetings and made in Medina County and,
Yeah, and we,
and I guess, the boots on the ground from NOACA, I mean, if you're wanting to make connections in different counties, show up.
Love to.
So my door is always open, but I'm on like Friendship and Broadway with all the beeps of the cars and the,
Medina County Economic Development has been very helpful to us over the years to connect us to different things like this.
exactly.
We have gone to the chambers and made presentations on workforce development tool and some other different aspects of projects that we're working on. So we know that we have those good ways of getting in touch. That's why I said, I think it's us. We've got to do a little bit of homework first.
And even leadership Medina County. I mean, again, as we look at Main Street Medina, Main Street Wadsworth,
Yep.
Valley City, I
Yep.
mean, I guess I am putting it out there that, the more times or when you ask for help, we're willing to give it, but we're not able to help if we don't know you need it.
Yep.
I have a,
see.
We'll put together a plan that is more strategic and that we can then work through in a systematic way. And we'll
The
bring
Career
that
Center too.
career centers.
The
and-
Educational Service Center, they work with all the county schools, so.
Mhm.
All right, well,
I do have a suggestion to offer, based on the prompt as well. I know we've been, some of the staff at the city of Cleveland, we've been advocating for our employer to take a more neutral approach in terms of the transportation subsidies they do provide. For example, the cost of a parking pass in the city garage is below the market rate for structured parking in downtown Cleveland. And so something we've advocated for is to, instead of providing that implicit subsidy through the cost of the parking pass, provide that difference as a subsidy to all employees and let them choose how they apply that, whether it's towards transit or biking or paying for parking. And I think if that information is able to be gathered by NOACA staff or in partnership through this outreach to different entities in the county region, in NOACA's region, that might be an easy way to advocate for more awareness and participation into these services. If there are employers or organizations that are offering either implicit or explicit subsidies for parking and or car travel, to encourage them to consider switching to mode neutral based subsidies that then let employees choose. And then I think that would indicate or at least create the conditions for employees and employers to then say, okay, now that you have a mode neutral subsidy, here's NOACA's rideshare and Go Ahead Commute programs to help you then choose how to best use that subsidy.
do they like include that in your benefits package? Like that's part of the employment package?
It's not, it's an implicit benefit that employees who drive and park at the city of Cleveland get.
Okay.
And so.
But those who
some-
take public transit don't get a benefit?
They do not, they don't get that
Yeah,
implicit
see,
benefit.
so that might be
Wow.
part of NOACA's role is to show employers, hey, here is,
Right.
how you can implement this on a, employer level, and it could be part of the employment offer.
That's actually a really good point, that as we look to promote these programs, we need to make sure that we are promoting parity between the driving and the public transit options. NOACA does have, we either pay for people's parking to a certain level or public transit. So we offer both. But even us, we've been talking about maybe the subsidy for parking is increased while, I'm sorry, is decreased while the subsidy for transit is increased to encourage people to switch.
At the county level, we get the transit pass for $20 a month, and we don't get any benefit for parking. It is wherever you park, we don't get a discount.
That's great.
I think that's what the pass is, right? Is it $20?
For the city of Cleveland?
Yeah, do you
Yeah.
guys, you,
We are able to purchase them. We're able to purchase passes pre-tax, but it's the full 95 a month for a monthly pass.
I'm pretty sure that we somehow got a deal for like $20 a month.
We are envious of the county's employee transit offerings.
And I have no idea how they negotiated that.
Maybe the county is subsidizing it.
Maybe the county is, yeah.
I should look into that.
We are, yeah.
Oh,
We're-
cool.
But it's not the most important thing going on at City Hall right now,
Hmm.
so.
But those are things that NOACA can help look into those and see why or how or, we should be looking into those kind of things.
And I just think that that's an easy way to say, even if you're, so making employers aware that even if they're not aware that they're implicitly subsidizing one mode, making them aware of that and then encouraging them to offer that subsidy equitably and then, or equally. So that's, I think, just an easy way to potentially an easy way to, and then you can come in and say, look, we have this commuting advantage, these tools to help you then choose.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was so late. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, you go
Oh,
ahead.
no, come
You go
on
ahead.
down. I know, I'm so sorry. I was back to back this morning, but just chiming in, I think where the conversation was at downtown Cleveland representing, we reimburse employees for parking up to $95, the cost of the monthly transit pass, but also reimburse then the full of the transit pass. So most
Mhm.
monthly parking will exceed that amount. So it's a little bit of an incentive to take transit, but it could be better, I'm sure.
I don't know. I mean, what we're talking about right now is kind of transportation demand management. And I don't know if NOAC has ever thought of using CMAQ dollars to sort of offer those, because that goes kind of beyond just plugging into a website, getting into these kind of questions. I actually think they could also be useful for more schools, those kind of services. But additionally, I was just going to say, like, I think the way people travel to work has really changed a lot in the last couple years. And, to the detriment a little bit of transit, but I do think there is an opportunity with telecommuting. So I don't know how much telecommuting is a part of that. But there is an opportunity to, people who aren't in as urban locations or who work in distant locations, there is an opportunity that they could, be included a little bit through that mode, and there is actual growth a lot in that mode. So I don't know what the thinking is around that, but there is some potential there.
Yeah, just a follow-up question for 5310. So 5310 can be used for travel training as well as mobility management, as well as just being spent to acquire vehicles for nonprofits or other agencies. Do you know if this program has ever been used in that way? I may be asking the wrong person. so
If
just
it's
doubt
about
it.
the 5310 program, I'd probably direct those questions to either Grace or our programming staff.
Can you repeat the question?
So 5310 funding can be used for mobility management and travel training. So mobility management helps connect people with opportunities for transportation. This will be focused on the elderly and disabled, of course, under that program. Do you know if NOAC has ever used 5310 funding to fund something like that?
That's a great question, and that's what the Human Services Transportation Plan is about, is putting together what the needs are so that when we put our application rounds out there, we're requesting applications that are consistent with that plan and that, fund what we want funded. We have primarily focused any operating funds just to the transit agencies. And then we have funded capital for whoever requests it, primarily vehicles, but we have funded computer equipment and things like that. In terms of the training, I don't know. And that might be something that is, that we look at as we're developing the plan.
What about like Jobs Ohio? Are they also a partner in this?
Jobs
Because they have a transportation initiative underway as well. It seems like there's all these, the county's doing something, NOACA is doing something, Jobs
Right,
Ohio is doing something.
right.
Then you have all the nonprofits, veterans, and so.
Right. So Jobs Ohio, they're about, I think, to put out, well, there's in the legislature a bill now that talks about providing public transportation in a van pool form to certain counties in order to get people to work. And just yesterday at our OARC meeting, we voted to have our lobbyist work with the legislature to ensure that it's coordinated with the transportation agencies, because right now it's not.
Right, right. Yeah, it seems like it's just kind of an outlier.
Yep. But we've identified that and we're working on making sure that as they discuss that further in the legislature, the right people are at the table, which we say are the MPOs and the transit agencies for sure, and then others as the legislature sees appropriate.
Any other questions? All right. Thank
Audrey,
you.
did you have something? No.
You're good. All right. And I think we've talked about the coordinated, is there any other comments, regarding the transportation plan, the transit human services?
To Marvin's question, I know that some of the reason we have limited the things that we will accept is it becomes an issue of monitoring and managing the expenditures and the capacity that we have or don't have to do that. And so it's a lot easier to give money to the transit agencies that are already doing that work. And as well as it's very easy to have vehicles or capital purchase because you can go see where it is and put, get the VIN number and put a sticker on it. When it comes to some of the other things, we don't know that we have the capacity to manage that. But that's been historically, but I think this is the time to look at it again.
All right, anything? Okay, any other reports or updates? Is there any old business? Any new business?
No new business.
And I do not need a motion to adjourn, so we are good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see y'all in June, when it's gonna be a lot warmer.
Yes.
Let us take a moment and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from a vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state that intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which the conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button at the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Okay, we're going to wait on the minutes as we're still one short for a quorum today. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment? No public comment. The director's report.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming. I know that you have many things to do, and this is an important part of what NOACA is now doing, and without you, we would not be able to move forward. We've already had some great success with the SEDS. We've had 2 recent grant announcements, one for Lakeland Community College for their new innovation and engineering building. That was a result of being able to apply for funding because we had a SEDS plan and NOACA gave them a letter of recommendation, letting the EDA know that their proposal was consistent with the SEDS plan. And then also recently an EDA award to Avon Lake was announced for a development of a plan of sorts related to economic development. So we're already starting to see the fruits of our labor, and it's very exciting. But just wanted to say thank you all for the work that you do. That's it.
There are no action items for today's meeting, so we'll go straight to the presentations and discussion. The draft performance metrics. Ronnie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. I will be presenting the draft performance metrics. No action is requested at this time. This item is for presentation and discussion. At the December 8th Economic Development Subcommittee meeting, the members agreed upon 5 focus areas for 2024, which was later approved by the NOACA Policy Committee on January 19th. I believe in your memo it said January 2nd, but it's January 19th. Of note here is the draft performance metrics, which was one of the 5 focus areas. The subcommittee suggested at that meeting that staff begin development of performance metrics for today's discussion. And the draft performance metrics staff was looking at was based on the key topic areas, which is from the SEDS document. Feedback from subcommittee members from that meeting and talked afterwards, and research of some key industries in the region. The baseline that is being suggested is the year 2020. Of note, it's also the census, U.S. Census began their new population collection and things of that nature in 2020. So the reporting could be by region, county, census tract, household. Those are just some of the suggestions. From the SEDS key topic areas, 6 of them were selected, the ones that are highlighted in red, that are education, healthcare, housing, innovation and entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and workforce development. Of course, this is something that staff looked at to begin the discussion, and the committee itself could, make recommendations as to which ones they would like to focus on. In your package, you also have a draft of the performance metrics. The ones that are listed here, I'll kind of begin the discussion of them. One of the things that was stressed in our last meeting was about, noting population and how we could utilize that information as far as a performance metric. So things of that nature, we can look at, focus on household, gender, and ethnicity, as to name a few. On the real estate and housing was one of the key topic areas. We can begin to look at as far as commercial and also residential. As far as commercial, industrial space use, office vacancy rate, number of building permits issued, and even the number of residential permits issued with regards to housing for citizens. Workforce development, performance metrics could entail jobs created and retained, employment and unemployment, net job growth, average salaries, occupational distribution of women and minorities, unemployment rate, and employment by sector. As far as wealth creation, we can look at GDP per capita, that's gross domestic product, household income, per capita income. Some of the economic measures of performance metrics that could be considered. This project in Northeast Ohio funded by EDA, we keep track of that information. One of the things that wasn't in that draft that you had was projects in Northeast Ohio funded by other government sources. As an example, the $15 million grant that we received from FHWA for regional EV charging program. The Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund with the city of Middleburg Heights being awarded a loan. As a matter of fact, at our next meeting in June, I've invited the person, Gina Bone is the staff representative for the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, and she'll be here to discuss Brownfields with the group at that time. Other economic measures to be considered: number of business establishments, new business started, new businesses licensed, percent of GDP spent on research and development, job growth in identified clusters, whether it's a region or county, private investment, public investment. With regards to manufacturing, you can look at manufacturing productivity, percent of GDP spent on research and development, value-added manufacturing. As far as innovation and entrepreneurship, outputs, customer service, customer satisfaction scores, net promoter score, customer lifetime value, market share, and return on investment. With regards to education, kind of ties into workforce development, graduation rate, research grants awarded, student attendance rate, employment graduation rate. With regards to healthcare, average hospital stay, bed occupancy rate, operating cash flow, net profit margin, patient room turnover rate. And I've given some definitions for gross domestic product, manufacturing productivity, value-added manufacturing. This is just the start of the discussions that the subcommittee can kind of talk about and consider, as we more than likely will probably look at it at our next meeting too. There's no financial impact for this agenda item. And an agreement on performance metrics is just one way to help measure the degree to which the region is implementing and maintaining the SEDS. And at this time, I'll open it for discussion.
I'm just curious, did we take into consideration home-based businesses or when we're talking about new businesses? I'm not sure how we would track them. I know even the chamber has issues tracking home-based businesses, but it's becoming more and more of a thing. I guess I'm just curious if that would help us or hurt us when we're looking for numbers.
That can be considered, definitely.
Hi, Paul Herdig, question. Just wondered, Ronnie, if for background, you could just briefly run over who you worked with to develop these measures. I know you were making some calls to different stakeholders, and to what extent are these measures for existing numbers, and to what extent are they going to require new primary research to compile?
Yes, I made, based on the information that I received also from our meeting when the discussion was there, I talked to the Cuyahoga County, spoke with CSU, and gathering some of the information, and basically kind of went out and started to kind of looked at some of the industries that I've over the course of time, since the time I've been here. I know that there, like I said, this is just basically a starting point as to some of the industries that I felt that were the Northeast Ohio region is pretty strong in, and those was those 6 topic areas. Of course, as you know, we need to make sure that as we begin to put together performance metrics, we also have to keep in the back of our minds that we're maintaining and implementing the SED. So those key topic areas, those 17 ones that are there, I know that the group actually began discussion on them, but at some point we need to, the committee needs to kind of get a good focus on the ones that they want to try to move forward as we begin to, provide information for our annual report and even the update of the SEDS over the 5-year period. So the research is still under discussion, and as I'm here making the presentation to everyone, I want to make sure that I've covered some of the things that were talked about before, and any ideas or things that are being discussed or even recommended, such as the home-based business, we'll make sure that we'll cover those too.
Hi, Jeff Sleesman from the Fund for Economic Future. I see under the wealth creation rubric here, we have GDP per capita, household income, and per capita income. These are all very closely related, but slightly different measures that when you get down to the nitty gritty of these, they measure different things. And I'm not sure that GDP per capita is actually a very useful measure. GDP will tell us whether or not the economy is growing or not, but it won't really tell us that growing economy is going to each of us the same way that a per capita income would tell us. But also, I would like to urge us to do median income here at some point to make sure that we're not skewing those numbers based on a lot of money going towards a small amount of folks. And I would like to encourage us to disaggregate some of these by things like race, gender, and location to make sure that we're not increasing a pattern of economic segregation that we have already.
Exactly. I put in ethnicity and things of that nature, so that can totally be broken down to another
I think we
level
should
too.
carry that through to some of the income and wealth building things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I said, if you notice in the first one I put in population, I said that was general. A lot of these performance metrics are going to kind of intertwine with some of the other ones, so we'll make sure that we cover those. So yeah, those are great points.
Good, thanks.
Hi, this is Julie Jacona with Jumpstart. In the innovation and entrepreneurship, I'm assuming the metrics in this section would be a lot of the things organizations like mine track. We don't track these today. These are mostly the types of metrics that an individual company might look at for its own success. So I'm happy to provide you metrics that we report on in this space around intellectual property, innovation, entrepreneurship, to maybe provide a different set of metrics.
Sure.
So I can provide that to you.
So also just to make sure that everyone understands is that this is the things that I kind of staff thought about. So hopefully it's going in the right direction. If it isn't, if there's other key topic areas of those that you want to look at, just please let us know. But if we're going in the right direction, that's great.
I think to Ms. Giacono's point, though, perhaps we can put a matrix together that demonstrates maybe where the information would come from, who's got the data, and how it would be collected. Obviously, what we would want is not to have to collect new data, simply to take data that other organizations already develop and insert it. And I think it would be helpful to look at this in that way.
Exactly. This is just the top level. So yeah, we'll definitely look at it once we decide, once the committee decides on the topic areas that you want to look at and the performance that you, metrics that you would like to utilize. We'll definitely make sure that we put together a document so that we'll know where we could get that information if we have it already, or where we could, possibly get it in the future.
And in some cases, it might be that if the information is not available, we won't want to measure it, even though it's an attractive measure. Because the information is too difficult to get, then it becomes really not, in terms of cost benefit, worthy of the time investment.
I think the other things you have to consider too, just in individual variables and data, is you talked about availability, but it's also timing and when data comes out and measuring that in terms of availability and consistency across the geography. So some individual data sources are not going to allow you to look across the entire footprint of the region of the MSA. And you don't want to inconsistently be reporting data for only a handful of places or counties. So, some of these, I can think of, maybe there are counties that don't or aren't readily available to pull permit data from, and that kind of thing that is going to complicate looking at this across the entire NOACA geography.
I would also make a suggestion is that as we gather the data and put it together, it's mainly for, and I'm assuming it's mainly for the implementation and maintenance of the SEDS, not necessarily say that to have this data being broadcast, I guess, on the website, is that, if that makes sense. It depends on how the group, I don't foresee us putting this type of data out. It's mainly for the maintenance and implementation of the SEDS. Does that make sense to everyone?
I see it as, if it's good data, then we broadcast it. If it's not, then we don't.
I guess that's kind of where my question came in, is that there's a lot of data here. And I agree, some of it's going to be complicated to get exactly what you want in a comparative way. How are we using it? And what is our goal? I mean, even if you're using it to maintain the SEDS, I'll just pick on healthcare in particular. So you have average hospital stay. Are we setting a goal to say it should be X amount of time and we're working with our hospitals to get to that level? Are we just tracking it because it's a number that you can track? I'm just not totally clear on some of these things, what ultimately we're going to do with it. And then if we're not going to share it, then what value is it going to add to us?
Yeah. I mean, it can be shared and all, but I'm not sure how, if that's one of the objectives of the committee is to share the data. It depends on how you guys want to put it together. Now, these are just certain ones that I've kind of tracked or looked at. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to use all of them, but it's a start that's why we're here for the discussion. And one of the things that you're going to see as the objectives of what we have to do is performance metrics. When we do our annual report, we got to show that we're moving forward. Is the region moving forward based on what is being broadcast or what was published in the SEDS? Are we making strides to implement and maintain the SEDS? Are we making strides to satisfy the requirements of what the SEDS document says that we're supposed to do? And I'll kind of get to that in one of the next presentations.
So again, are these data tracking those things that we need to measure to show progress in the SEDS?
For the most part, many of these will be tracking some of those things. And that's another part of the things that I think that we need to stress, and it's one of the other topics that's going to be discussed is SEDS education, so that everyone has an idea exactly how we're using this data and what we're doing and how we're moving forward with the SEDS. SEDS is a big document, so it's
Sure.
going to take
Yeah, I
some
looked at
time
it.
for us to kind of, digest that.
Right. Okay, thanks.
I do think that the subcommittee will need to think about in the future, though. Tracking is good, but specifically then what are the targets that the SEDS has us has us assessing? And if there's not specific targets in there and they're more general, how do we translate those into something that can be measurable? And so I do think at some point, we're going to want to, as a subcommittee, think about targets.
I think those need to go hand in hand because unless you're picking the appropriate metric that you know you can track over time, I think need to know what success looks like in order to pick a measurement. I would also suggest that maybe a starting point is to look at the existing EDA funded projects and the activities that those encompass, because there's also limited benefit on reporting out in an area that nobody's doing anything in, or you're not getting funding to support or moving in because you're not going to potentially see movement in that area. So for example, healthcare, if there was anything directed towards that or any effort related to SEDS, you're unlikely to see any change or movement, and I'm not sure why you would want to be reporting that out. So maybe that's also a place to begin to look at, what existing projects touch on things like manufacturing or innovation and entrepreneurship, and what are the goals laid out in there that they are trying to affect and change as well that maybe we can measure.
Maybe another way to think of that too is, looking at the measures that, I think of how to say this. Let me formulate my thought a little bit more, and then I'll get back to it. But I think we have to think about it in comparative analyses as well. What I mean by that is you're talking about putting metrics out there that would help us to assess the funding that we're getting in the region from EDA, which I think is very relevant to the whole purpose of having a SEDS. But I think it would be also good to measure the ones that we don't, so we can see if the EDA funding is really helping and to what extent it's helping. And I think that could also make the case for more EDA funding. That was kind of a sloppy way to say it, but
One more, you made me think about what already exists in terms of data. I think it's the EDA itself that has a measure for distressed counties and distressed tracts. I think they go down to the tract level, actually. That's going to exist no matter what. It has to exist by law. So since it's tied to the EDA, it might be something to put on here. And it's a good combination of geography and income.
So does the committee have any ideas as far as the key topic areas? Or am I on point with some of the ones that we're looking at? The ones that are highlighted in the red there that you see?
Specifically on innovation and entrepreneurship, these are not the ones we would recommend. So we can provide you with ones that are in our EDA grants that we track for the state and other entities, so that we could tell you what is both being tracked and what is sort of common tied to these grants. So happy to provide that for my area for entrepreneurship and innovation.
For housing, I'm not a housing expert in the slightest, but I'm not sure we have enough that's really indicative here of some of the measurements of housing that would be needed. That seems to be, the real estate metrics seem to be pretty commercial focused or construction activity focused, not necessarily housing quantity, location, stock.
Yeah, I would agree on that very much around, especially things like affordable housing and workforce housing related. I mean, you're talking about foreclosures, home ownership rates. I don't know, talked about the data that the center has related to that and, you know, can utilize in some ways. And, you know, you're talking about first mortgages, right? I mean, occupancy, a whole slew of other housing related data that isn't so much real estate focused in the more commercial sense.
So is the committee pretty much satisfied with the key topic areas as far as as a starting point to put together, as I put together the matrix that Grace had mentioned with the performance metrics? You know, you're also welcome to add, I'll send that out to you guys, so you're welcome to add to that as needed. Just take in mind, this is just the first step. I mean, there's other key topic areas that we can kind of concentrate on, but we need to kind of have a starting point. And I think, you know, based on just what I've seen and what's out there, and like I said, you guys are the ones, you can tell me the direction. Am I going in the right direction? And we can, you know, move forward.
Ronnie, one thing is when you first started your comments is you mentioned that you talked to Cuyahoga County and Cleveland State. Just make sure that you're including the other counties as well somehow in those conversations, because I know that's been a little bit of a point of contention here over the years, so.
Well, Cuyahoga County actually contacted me with information. They were just providing it based on the discussions at the other meetings. So that's
Yeah.
just some information that I received from them, but definitely I'll take into consideration all 5 counties.
Thank you. And then next, the grant strategy development.
For this particular agenda item, there's no action requested. This item also is for presentation and discussion. Again, it was one of the 5 focus areas that was approved and agreed upon by the subcommittee and approved by the policy committee to develop a grant strategy. The SEDS opens the EDA funding to the region, and the grant strategy plan allows the 5 counties to work together to strengthen the region's determination and ability to access EDA funding. Grant strategy should be strategic, meaning that the committee needs to understand its purpose and to develop a direction for the future. Focus, which says as a guide, as we're looking at as far as performance metrics, we want to rely on the region's strengths. Relationship building, that, you know, entails stakeholder alliance to pursue funding, meaning that as a region, this is where our strength lies into securing EDA, future EDA funding. It needs to be sustainable, use our priorities and strengths to pursue appropriate grant opportunities, and also efficient. That's the best use of our resources, which includes their funding and staff. So I'll kind of leave it there's no financial impact. And then, of course, a comprehensive and structured grant strategy plan will guide the subcommittee fundings process to ensure the region is aligned with the goals and complements the sets. So at that, I'll open it up for discussions as to if there are any suggestions as to our grant strategy plan that we want to move forward with.
Can you clarify where we can help at this point? Are these guiding principles that you want feedback on, or sorry, I think.
Yeah, well, as a region, when we begin to look at the grants that are out there, we don't want to just concentrate on, say, a specific area or a specific county. We want to, one of the things as far as the relationship building, the stakeholder alliances, we pursue funding. We want to do it as a region, meaning that with those key topic areas that we're looking at, if we're looking at manufacturing or entrepreneurship or innovation, are there grants that are out there that we can actually come together as a group to say that we want to pursue those type of things? Those are the type of things that we want to look at. If it's workforce development, we can see a grant out there that could help all 5 counties, including the city, to pursue. Those are the type of things that I'm looking at, looking for us to be strength in numbers. We can come up with our purpose is, I can write up a statement and all. I just didn't want to like kind of just write up something, but to kind of give you an idea as to these are the type of things that we want to do to put together a strategic plan. And if we are going to move forward in what way are we looking at, what type of grants are we going to look at for the region? Now, it may just be that a grant may come out there for, say, a county, but its impact may be regionally significant, if that makes sense.
I think maybe, Ronnie, one of the things that we would want to do in developing a grant strategy plan, again, kind of thinking about a matrix form that has the grants. Not everybody here is familiar with everything. So what grants does EDA have? What can they be used for? How does it align with the items in the SEDS? And then we could probably go from there and having a further discussion on should we just allow people to have their own direction in trying to apply for things, or should we try to help them navigate it? I think we can have more of a discussion once we know the depth and the breadth of the grants that we're talking about.
Yeah. And Grace, if you recall that we met with EDA earlier this week, and I do have an email that I sent out to Mr. Sherry to give me a little bit more information. I thought maybe I would have it by now, but of course I don't. As far as the type of EDA grants that are out there that I thought would have helped to present at this meeting, but unfortunately I didn't get that information. But I do have an email out to him to get additional information on the funding that's available.
And I have, we have government affairs also looking through all of the various legislations that have come out recently to see what kind of grants do align with the kinds of projects our region needs. So I think it's, a combination of many things that have to go into this, and it's, will take some time. So perhaps at the next meeting, we can have that kind of information.
And I also would say that now it seems as if the committee is pretty much in agreement on the topic areas that we do have. That's a starting point as to the type of grants that we can possibly start to look at and formulate. And as far as anything, if there are our stakeholders that are out there that are actually pursuing certain grants that may be just specific to their area, whether it's a county or city, we would like to get that information because all of this information goes into the, actually together to show that we are as a region growing, even though it may be specific to a certain area. But I think that shows that we are moving forward as far as our, economic development goals that we're looking at. And I think it would also satisfy the SEDS.
I just want to note, unfortunately, I know this committee is much larger than all the people in the room, and there's other organizations that are not NOACA board members, but in particular, Dave Ebersol from Greater Cleveland Partnership has participated in the past, and I know that they're collecting a lot of that data and have been collecting it. So just again, coordinating so that you're not doing the exact same thing or looking for the same thing, and also getting the data they have so that you've got that, you know, if you don't already, for your records. I just think that's another partner that has good information, so.
Yeah, and we're providing Greater Cleveland Partnership a lot of that data. So, and in part, so, the center has currently, and this is something we've mentioned before, about 107 different variables on all census tracts in the country. And so we have variable descriptions that I can provide to the committee to look at, and we can see some of what is already, collected and that we already have on the region. And our data goes back to, I believe, 2009 at this point, and going forward. So, we have a lot to look through.
And Debbie, GCP is a member of this subcommittee. They're not here today. They were also a key partner in the development of the SEDS.
And as I put together the matrix with all the information that we have, I'll send it out to all of our partners, each of the subcommittee members, and get their feedback. And then that's where we're going to go. And I think we'll have a pretty nice document, I think, once we get the information from all of our partners as far as where the data is coming from. And even the ones that are, I'm also looking for suggestions as to, if there's other metrics that we can measure or other data that you would consider. I would definitely like to hear from that. And hopefully we can have that ready for our next meeting. What I'll also do, Sue, is that I'll take these, the different areas, aspects of the grant strategy plan to put together a more, and I didn't want to, one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to kind of give you guys the information so that you can kind of guide me or guide us to put it together. And what I'll do is, based on the feedback that I'm getting here, I'll start to, put something together so that we can have something to work on. And then you guys can make the comments or suggestions as if we're going in the right direction with the committee.
If there's no more comments, we'll move on to the SEDS education.
Again, there's no action requested. This is an item for presentation and discussion. One of the things that was mentioned at our last meeting was to make sure that our partners know what the SEDS is about and how we can move forward and what needs to be done for us to maintain that SEDS, whether it's an annual report or the big update in 5 years. That's to educate communities on the SEDS and the benefits it has for our area. Correct. The SEDS is a strategy-driven plan for regional economic development. Stakeholders discuss what capacity building efforts would best serve economic development in Northeast Ohio. Economic Development Administration encourages broader regions to develop the SEDS like ours. There are some SEDS or districts that we're looking at becoming. It's made up of just one county, but that's few and far between. They are looking for a collaboration of counties or a region. The prerequisite for a designation as an economic development district, of which we've applied for, and that's currently under review, the economic development district status. SEDS is updated every 5 years to qualify for EDA funding. It requires a yearly update And this is to review and discuss any potential changes in the analysis of the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. That's the SWOT analysis. That's also part of the SEDS. Review and discuss continued relevance of the SEDS with regards to its goals, objectives, and actions. Publish an annual performance measures to track the region's economic health and vitality. That's the one thing that we're looking at, hoping to do once we put together our performance metrics. And to document any significant initiatives or accomplishments made towards regional goals. And this not only is for the accomplishments that we've made as a group, but also the accomplishments of just single things that are done, say, within a certain county. We want to make sure that we document that because it, to me, I believe it's something that is indicative of what our success would be for the whole region. Again, there's no financial impact on this agenda item. And the SEDS will be used as an educational guide to understand the regional economy and to take action to improve it. The one thing I do want to go back to is that the 5 focus areas is that we want to start working on too, and we're working with our public affairs department, is that the 5th one there that says to create a centralized repository for all information. So that's available not only to citizens, but also our stakeholders as they can follow along as we move forward in developing and implementing maintaining and implementing the SEDS. Open for any discussions if there is any. Thank you.
Yeah, real quick, I'm sorry. If you'll go back one slide. Yeah, when you're talking about the draft performance metrics, develop a grant strategy, look for regional projects, I think it might be beneficial if maybe you sent out an email and let some people within this group get 3 or 4 volunteers under each of those headings to give input, just so you're getting, you know, a more rounded view for each of those areas.
Sure. Just as an FYI, at our last meeting, the way we were looking at satisfying each of these focus areas was on a quarterly basis. In a sense, some will kind of cross over quarters, but yeah, we can start to get some input into that. We may not get to some of the things, or if we start some of the things, we may not, you know, finish it out, you know,
Sure.
for a time period. But that's how we're looking at doing it, because I know that we can't to try to get everything done in, say, one quarter. It's nearly impossible, but yeah, it's stretched out. So definitely I'll get that information out to everyone.
Yeah, but I just think that way the pressure is not just on you to come up with ideas for us, but we're getting different input. And then when we bring it to the group, I think we'll have a more vast array of things to discuss and choose.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any reports or updates? There any old business? There any new business? Okay, well, we won't take a vote to adjourn because we don't have a quorum, but we'll just say the meeting has adjourned. Thank you so much for giving of your time today and for your input. Some good discussion.